welcome back. It occurred to me just now that I never actually checked if my mic was picking up, so thankfully it does look like it is. Hello, who are you? Well, anyway, welcome back to the Headlock. Last time around, we finished up the last Titan as well as the Elite Foreign Champion. We managed to make it through all of that without losing anyone new. That said, we are in a bit of a tight spot. See, we have two battles that share a level cap. And we have a few Pokemon that have already over-leveled that cap. Which makes this challenging, to say the least. Now, let's take a second and talk through what actually hang on. There we are. Let's take a second to talk through what actually makes it so difficult to deal with these battles and what it's actually going to take. Obviously, we want to keep people alive. That is important because, well, frankly, I don't want to go randomly losing Pokemon unnecessarily, since there are two more battles in the run that I haven't looked into at all. Now, with that said, first off, Penny. Jeez, I can't get these pop-ups out of the way. We'll get rid of them for a moment at least. First up is Penny. Now, the thing about Penny, she's definitely a much easier opponent than Arvin. Simply because she doesn't really have any one Pokemon that is especially terrifying on its own. We've got a whole bunch of Pokemon that are all reasonably strong, but they're all either frail or not capable of hitting that hard. On the other hand, sorry, I'm just warping somewhere that will hopefully have background music. Probably the biggest challenge with Penny actually lies... Okay, two things. One, the coverage she's carrying. Basically, all of her Pokemon have relatively strong coverage against our team specifically, not necessarily in general. But against our specific team, we struggle to wall most of these. The other thing is you'll notice that all of her Pokemon are carrying both Quick Attack and Baby Doll Eyes. In basically every case, Quick Attack doesn't matter. Almost all of her Pokemon are special attackers. Actually, okay, half her Pokemon are special attackers. And even in the case of the other ones like Flareon, Leafeon, and Umbreon, which is carrying a special moveset for some reason, their special attack, or their other moves, are going to be more threatening into us, even if we resist them. So, in the grand scheme of things, there's really nothing to worry about when it comes to Quick Attack. But Baby Doll Eyes is a problem, because our physical sweepers that aren't already over the level cap, being Devin Corny with Dragon Dance and Tom and Jerry with Tidy Up, can both only raise their attack stat by one stage at a time, meaning Baby Doll Eyes will get in the way of that, making it hard to accumulate several boosts, even if those two weren't incredibly frail. So that is Penny. Now let's take a look at Arven. So Arven is a totally different story. He's got a pretty diverse team of Pokemon, including several that can hit very hard. And most of which, have a bit more complex profile. For example, Garnackle is both bulky and offensively strong. Genuinely, Garnackle is definitely the most frightening thing here, in my opinion. The other Pokemon all have obvious weaknesses that we can take advantage of. Specifically, Greedent comes to mind, being slow and not as and only moderately bulky with meh attack. Cloyster has famously low special defense, to the point where a strong special hit, even a resisted one, would do a lot of damage. Scovillain is frail unless it has the and kind of slow unless it has the sun up. Toadscruel has that nice quad weakness to ice. And I can't remember what its stat spread is. Ah, yeah, pitiful physical defense. All of those have a good set of vulnerabilities that we can take advantage of. But Garnackle is definitely a problem, and it is the main reason that, in my opinion, we basically have to take Bolton Phelps into that battle. I think our absolute best bet against Arven is going in with Bolton Phelps, clearing through the first few Pokemon, and then when Garnackle comes out, we send in Bolt Phelps to set up some iron defenses and Trick Room and sweep through the remainder of the team with Body Press. To me, that seems like a pretty safe and reliable strat. Oh, hey Sinfei, welcome to the stream. Yeah, we are just talking through what it's going to take to beat Arven and Penny. So yeah, I feel like it's pretty much essential to include Bolt Phelps on the team for Arvin. The question that remains is what our best strategy into Penny is going to be. And that's a trickier question. Because her team is so varied, there are a couple of definite threats that we need to be ready for before they come out. The one that stands out the most is Jolteon. Because Jolteon frightens me. I was honestly considering just a straight up sweep with Devin Corney into this matchup for a while there. Until I realized that against Umbreon we would probably only be able to get a single boost from Dragon Dance, and if there was even a chance that that wouldn't get us the one shot on Jolteon, we would be sunk. Because, well, we would have a really good chance of being sunk, because Thunder has high damage, even resisted since Devin Corney is so frail. And has that nasty 30% chance to paralyze. With that said, I think we can actually handle Penny pretty safely using Chain Chomp. I think Chain Chomp is actually our best play into Penny. How we would approach this is pretty straightforward. We lead Chain Chomp into Umbreon and Terrasilize turn 1 to get rid of our Psychic typing. That would cut the damage from the first Dark Pulse and give us the chance to set up an Agility, at which point we should outspeed Umbreon and be able to start setting up Calm Minds. We would just be limited based on the recovery that we could achieve through either leftovers or a held citrus berry paired with Cudchew. In that scenario, the match pretty much works itself out. The question is who we would have at that point to who we would have to work our way through the rest of the team. So despite Arvin being scarier, I actually think we need to do him first. Oh, that's the Paldea League. I don't even need that window open anymore. So we just need a pretty simple strategy for going through his early team. I think North and South is a pretty obvious lead into the team. Simply because with Sparta over-leveled already, we don't really have something that can consistently one-shot that Greedent. What we can do, however, is lead North and South, Volt Switch on Greedent to get a good chunk of chip damage, and then bring in someone carrying an air balloon. And have that Pokemon finish off the Greedent. One of the biggest questions at this stage, though, is which Pokemon would be best for that role. Ooh, hang on. I just had a really cool idea. So obviously, if we lead north and south, then we're going to bait Earthquake from Greedent. Like, there's no question there. We resist all of its other moves, and that's quad effective. What if we Volt switched out to Tom and Jerry and locked it in with Encore to start setting up with Tidy Up? The only thing is, if we use Tidy Up... Yeah, Greedent is annoying. But yeah, we could set up there by locking it into Earthquake with our Encore, and then setting up several Tidy Ups, refreshing the Encore as needed. We'd pretty much just have to figure out what our best coverage options are into there. Alright, Cindefe, you're gonna have to tell the story now if there's that much hatred for the Greedent line. Admittedly, I should hate them more than I do, especially since our first run wiped to that Squavit. Just kept... Oh! That. Yes, I agree. I wholeheartedly support your animosity here. Okay, let's take a second, actually, and look at potential movesets for Tom and Jerry. See, now, if we go for a full-on sweep with Tom and Jerry, unfortunately, we'd probably have to drop Population Bomb. Because that 10% shortage of accuracy would come back to bite us. We just couldn't afford that. Which would make our next best stab option Facade. And then coverage into Arvin's team. I think if we just went ahead with Low Kick, Secret Dynamax fight in Crown Tundra. I never played through Crown Tundra, but I'm assuming there was something incredibly annoying about it. Yeah, I think our best coverage into this team would be Low Kick. Just so we have something strong to hit Garnackle, which luckily has Purifying Salt instead of Sturdy. Yeah, that would give us a strong coverage move into Garnackle, Greedent, Cloyster, and Mabostiff, all of which are physically bulky. A level... So if you shake the giant tree there, you get pulled into a level 100 Greedent Dynamax Den. Okay, props to them for having the option to shake a giant tree to trigger a Dynamax Greedent fight. That's actually kind of fun. actually think this is a pretty safe strategy. Because we can definitely lock Greedent into Earthquake. So as long as we're carrying... Hold up. As long as we're carrying that balloon, then we have our counterplay ready. It had coverage against fighting and rock types. I'm as bulky as heck and hit like a truck. Yeah, I believe it. I mean, if you're under-leveled for a fight like that, it's going to be a pain regardless of what the Pokemon is. And Dynamax raids against bulky Pokemon were always so much more annoying. So, with those ones... Okay. You know what? With this new strategy, the only upside is that after you win, you get rewarded with a mess of berries. Nice. Fair is fair. I can understand why you despise them. Okay. Since we know exactly what we need to clear through Arven, what if we actually just take a second and think about how we can manage the fight against Penny? There's one more thing I want to check. I don't think I have enough Terror Shards to... Wait. I thought they gave 50 normal Terror Shards after you beat the normal gym. Huh. Maybe I'm just going crazy. Okay. I don't know why I hopped onto that. Yeah, I could have sworn that they gave you... Oh wait, maybe now I need to talk to her? Okay. So if absolutely necessary, we can change a Pokemon's Terra type to normal. We don't have enough shards for any other type, and I don't really feel like grinding for shards on stream. I would have done it in my own time, but I've been busy this week. So with that said, I think that with this strategy, with a tidy up sweep from Mousehold, we should be able to clear Arven without any real risk. So we'll want to start thinking about plans and contingencies for Penny in case setting up with Chain Chomp doesn't work out the way I plan. Yeah, no, they have a pretty crazy move pool. I think I've lost at least one Pokemon to Squavit. As a result of counter. Or to a Greedent, not a Squavit. But yeah, that's kind of par for the normal type course. He had access to all the biting moves. Hey, at least they didn't get Strong Jaw. Okay, one thing real quick. I'm actually going to turn off autosave. This is just a precaution. In the event that I accidentally wander into the area that triggers Nemona's fight. Because I don't think it would be satisfying at this point to die by accidentally entering the hardest fight in the game with a partial team under-leveled. Okay. Oh, and Vinny is playing Animal Crossing. That's fun. I've never actually played any of the Animal Crossing games. Thought about it, but haven't been hugely eager to try. Oh. There's a Dracloak horde over that way. So yeah, I'm thinking we'll want to plan for Penny first. Try and tackle that with a few contingencies in the back. And then see what we have left on the team for taking on Arven. Unfortunately, if we bring Mimi and Bolt Phelps into this, they are going to overlevel for Arven. So with that said, I think we are going to bench Bolt Phelps. As much as I'd like Mimi around for Arven, I don't think it's actually necessary. The remaining issue is movesets on these guys. Showerhead can potentially be an emergency check to Jolteon. But if that happens, Showerhead's gonna... If that happens, There's nothing else on this team that Showerhead can actually beat. Except maybe Flareon. Now bringing Dev and Corny into this is actually pretty nice since they resist... They resist the stab moves of Vaporeon, Jolteon, Flareon, and Leafeon. Though obviously their stats prevent them from really taking advantage of this. Go ahead and give the Mirror Herb to you. So there really isn't a safe time for Devon or the Assault Vest to Devon Corny, because there really isn't a safe time to set up Dragon Dance. That perpetual happy expression on Greedent is super unsettling. Looks like it's plotting to kill you in your sleep. So yeah, we'll drop Nightshade for the moment. The OG Barney costume. Hang on. I know which Barney costume I'm thinking of, but I'm gonna take a second to Google this. Oh, that. Yeah. Yeah, I can see what you mean. Now, with Mimi, we unfortunately can't afford to have Terra Blast on our moveset since we don't have since we're going to be terrestrializing Chain Chomp right off the bat. So with that said, where is her monocle? Is someone else holding it? Mimi, where did you put down your monocle? There it is. You named your first Mimikyu Mimi too? Yeah. To be fair, it's an appropriate name for any Mimi, but I was specifically naming mine after Mimi from Super Paper Mario, since that Mimi has kind of a form change that makes the matchup, makes it a bit more matching for this particular challenge. Okay, so now for the million-dollar question. Do we want Chain Chomp to carry a citrus berry or leftovers? I'm actually leaning towards citrus berry. Though if I went leftovers, technically, we don't need sword power on here. We can get through with Hyper Voice. What if I go ahead and teach you Protect? At that point, I think it makes sense, since I can use Protect to stall for extra leftovers recovery, and they don't really have a way of taking advantage of that on Umbreon. She also defended you from a rogue Noivern. Nice. Yeah, genuinely a fantastic Pokemon, especially in-game. There's a reason I've wanted to use Mimikyu in Nuzlocke for a long time. Okay. There's one more thing I think I'd like to do. And I wonder if I actually already have what I need for it. Attack. However, speed may suffer. Defense. However, attack may suffer. No, I don't have the right mint for it. We're going to go and change up the nature on Chain Chomp. And we will also have to find a way to stall until nighttime, since that's the only time we can challenge Cassiopeia. Special plus special defense minus attack. Yes, please. Yes. I just want to empty out my treasures pouch again. Huh. I really thought that the tiny bamboo shoots and the big bamboo shoots were going to be usable for, like, recipe stuff. Oh, that's actually a really cool name. That's clever, I like that. Fairy monotype run, I'm curious, in which game? Obviously, fairy monotype runs are definitely the second most limited shield. Yeah. Fairy monotype runs are the second most limited run as far as which games you can do them in. Okay. In order to spend some time... In order to wait out the time before we can actually go and challenge Cassiopeia, I think we'll just pop into a couple of raid dens. We might actually emphasize fighting ones, since if there's one type that I think could be useful, one Terra type that I think could be useful, it's definitely Terra fighting on Bolt Phelps. Yeah, I say that Fairy is the second most game restricting type to do a mono lock in because there's always ice, which has literally been possible in 2 games. And they're the most recent too. I guess Legends Arceus, maybe, I don't know. I still need to play Legends Arceus. I just haven't gotten around to it. You know, I don't think I'm ever going to be able to look at Greedent the same after what you said about his smile. One battle left against Champion Leon. Oh, you want Pixelate Sylveon. Yeah, that'll do work. Do you want it for any specific threats in Leon's team, or just in general you want Sylveon's better ability? nice thing about these two upcoming battles is that, at the very least, there's very low chance of over-leveling for Nimona. Like, it would be really hard. Q-Charm is definitely a lot more valuable on a female Sylveon. You know, it actually took me ages to realize this, but I think in practically all early games, and I think this might even still be the case in later games, Pokemon's gender tends to match the gender of the NPC that you're battling that has them. I think that's actually how they tend to assign the gender of Pokemon that NPCs have. Which, I mean, it's quick and simple. But it does mean that since most opponents are male, abilities that give you an advantage against male Pokemon are more valuable than those that give you advantages against female Pokemon in most cases. This'll be a fun one. Let's see how we stack up against Terra Ursaring. Of course Mimi's attack fell from that. Because I couldn't just have good luck here. At least we should be a good bit higher level than the 4-star Terra raids. Should only really struggle against the, like, 5 and up star ones. The female Sylveon is the daughter of the original Sylveon. Nice. Got a whole Sylveon family here. Go the shields. Probably still hasn't attacked this turn. But that's fine. Midsummer Night's Dream. I need to see that whole playthrough at some point. So I've heard enough about it, but there are only a couple of Shakespeare's works that I've actually seen all the way through. Okay. Oh, there's a fighting type, and there's a fighting type. Of the Shakespeare's plays that I've seen, Much Ado About Nothing is definitely my favorite. Just because it's ridiculous. And it really drives home that overarching principle of Shakespeare's work, which is that you define a tragedy is a play that ends in a funeral, while a comedy is a play that ends in a wedding. That is how Shakespeare broke it up. I hope time still progresses normally while I do raid dens, because if not, that would be annoying to discover that while actually just stretching out the time this takes. I don't know how long it's actually going to be after this one before we do another run through a Pokemon game. I know what I want to do next, but I'd also like to take at least a month or two before coming back to a Pokemon game, just because I've been doing so many this year. I don't think we'll manage to beat a 4-star Fairy Gastrodon. The only move we have that's super effective into it is on our electric steel type. Now that we can beat. You know, somehow I don't actually think we'll need to terrestrialize to stop Trio. It's very frail. I wonder if the AI chose to use triple dive just because that was what it was doing, or because that would break Mimi's disguise and still hit for some damage. Alright, any other fighting dens? Oh, there's one right there. Yeah. It was a bot giving an ad. I just followed my standard procedure and banned the bot. I could probably delete a message, but I don't really feel like giving the bot a chance to turn up again. And if it's a person posting a copy and paste message like that, that's just annoying. They deserve to be banned at that point. See, there's one thing that I've suspected for a bit that I've never checked before, and I don't actually want to do so right now. Just because there's always a chance that by checking, I mess things up. I have suspected for a little bit now that it might be possible to travel to a particular time to change the time of day in the game by going to your dorm and sleeping. But I've never looked into it, and I don't want to risk accidentally skipping to the next morning. Oh, wow. Another. Yep, ghost resists poison. Okay, so we do at least seem to be getting closer to nighttime. Yeah. Mimi is a fairy not weak to poison. There are a few others. I think the most common combination for fairy type not being weak to poison is probably fairy steel. So I think we've got a few of those. Yeah, Mana Ghost type not weak to dark. And Fairy Ghost has almost perfect neutral coverage. If Mimikyu weren't hampered by generally only okay stats, it would be an absolute terror. As it is, its stats do hold it back, but put in my next move. Oh, that Gibble had rough skin. Is that its hidden ability? I think that's its hidden ability. Hold up, I'm checking something. You know what? We're not using it in this run, but I am gonna go ahead and throw the Pokeball. Just because a Gibble with its hidden ability would actually be nice to have. Who knows? Maybe at some point I'll just wind up giving it away, but I'd really... Look, that's a nice ability. So yeah, ignore the fact that I just caught an illegal Pokemon. We're gonna shove it in the box. It's never going to be used. It's not even getting a nickname. I won't even bother retrieving Pokédex entries for it. Or the rewards for collecting Pokédex entries. Well, anyway, it's nighttime now. So, we fly to the academy. And I'll double check and make sure. Huh. I think all high-star raid battles involving members of the Gibble line have their hidden ability by default. That's interesting. Okay, I think we should be able to handle this entirely with Chain Chomp. I don't know, what is a weird hidden ability? Who's your pick for the weirdest hidden ability? We should be able to handle this entirely with Chain Chomp, except I just remembered that I need to put Calm Mind, not Nasty Plot on. Oh yeah, Swift Swim. Well, to be fair, they also carry Aqua Jet, and they are, like, they're polar bears, so they do actually swim pretty fast. Alright, fairly straightforward strategy. Terrasilize turn 1, set up agility. Turn 2, set up Calm Mind. Actually, come to think of it, what's your base speed stat? 60? Is Umbreon's like 50? Yeah, we'll stick with the reliable option. I mean, it's definitely niche in regular gameplay. In competitive gameplay, it's probably really helpful. I'm not too worried about Armor Tail. Like, yes, it would stop the Baby Doll Eyes and Quick Attacks, but those aren't going to be doing much either way. Pikachu has been workable. Yeah, I had Armor Tail on my first Furgraph, so I don't really mind having something different here. Okay, we're gonna drop a quick save, just in case the game decides to randomly crash or something. And off to... Why are there exclamation points by some of these? Anyway, let's go for it. Bugs only in Scarlet or Violet? Yeah, I've actually considered that one. I like the idea of it. I don't know how difficult it would be, especially with the Flying Titan and the Rock Titan so early on. Really, Penny, you felt the need to put your hood up? Like, why? And also, what is with that hood? It's not how hoods are shaped. But yeah, there are definitely some cool bug types in this game. Hi, Clive. Yeah, low kicks is pretty cool. Alright, here we go. Let's see if my plan actually works. So we're opening with the agility just to make sure we have the speed advantage. As long as we get off one agility, we'll be completely immune to flinches from Dark Pulse. We will probably go ahead and set up a second agility after a few turns. Okay, we dodged the first flinch, now we won't be subject to any other. So now we're going to start setting up Calm Minds, and stalling with Protect to maximize our leftovers recovery. So between Protect and Calm Mind, we shouldn't lose too much health to Umbreon. Unless it starts getting several crits, which could happen. It's a very real possibility, but we're just gonna have to roll with it. I don't know exactly why she's going for Baby Doll Eyes. It might be that the AI is just trying to counteract my boosts with stat penalties, but if so, that won't really work, considering we're not trying to boost our attack. else would be a bit of a tricky matchup for a bug monotype? The bug gym right at the start, just because that Teddiursa is a good deal stronger than most bugs that you could have at that stage of the game. Cloth isn't a bug type. Oh, you're just saying that Cloth would be a hard one. I thought you were listing another encounter. Yes, Cloth would be a dangerous opponent in that part of the game. I don't know how early you can get Heracross, but I'm pretty sure it's not that early. So that could be dangerous. Penny, if it helps, just think of little Chain Chomp here. It's like a really tall, it's like a really tall Eevee. I mean, to be fair, Rock Bug would be a fitting type for Cloth. I wouldn't question it. Surskit might help. Might. But of course, Surskit is incredibly frail. Like, despite how much I love Surskit, it is an extremely frail Pokemon. It has good damage output, but how much you'd be able to do with that would be hard to call. Especially since you can't learn Surf. So unless you manage to get a TM for Hydro Pump, your strongest water type move is gonna be Bubble Beam. Okay, one more Protect. Yeah, Bug and Sword and Shield would be perfectly viable. Among other things, Vikavolt solos like half the gyms. Oh, I almost went to Pokemon. But Vikavolt easily solos the first two gyms, and I think has a pretty easy time with a good number of the later ones. Okay, Hyper Voice. We'll save the remainder of our Protects for stalling on later turns. The thing is, more than likely here... Yeah, Aqua with Water Bubble. Just a terrifyingly good bug type. Okay. We got fully set up with no trouble. We outspeed everything, meaning they won't be able to hit us unless they use Quick Attack. And even Quick Attack crits shouldn't do enough to actually cause us problems, as long as we use Protect to regain some HP when needed. there's the Pokemon that required us to get 2 agilities off instead of just 1. Alright, and there goes the battle. She does have to terrestrialize, but there is no way this thing is taking a +6 Hyper Voice. A +6 Terra Boosted Hyper Voice. Honestly, I was a bit disappointed when when the Girafarig we caught had Terra Normal instead of Terra Psychic, but I honestly think it was beneficial here. Oh no, Devin Corny. Dragon Rush is a garbage move. It's so bad. The only way that you could actually get me to use Dragon Rush as like a standard move in a Pokemon's moveset was if they happened to have the ability No Guard. No Guard on a dragon type with No Guard and Dragon Rush would be pretty cool. I'll give you that much, but see, I wouldn't have minded if they had actually included a little bit more intrigue in this whole process. Like, make it a little bit more gray who the good and bad guys are. It would have been more interesting, for example, if they actually had to carry out Operation Star. Give me one sec. Can we hurry this up? Okay, actually, we're gonna take another sec. I'm gonna go hit the restroom, and then I'll be right back. So, y'all enjoy this cutscene. This will only take me a minute. Well, I hope y'all enjoyed the cutscenes. I mean, I hope they realize that by the code, I am the boss of Team Star now. I don't even think you can necessarily call what they've done customization of school uniforms anymore, because, like, I don't think there's any school uniform left in their clothes. Like, a couple of them, you can see a couple of aspects. Like, with the guy with the headphones, his vest matches, I think, the winter outfit, sort of. And Mela has the Academy sigil on... Okay, what happens if I lie down for a rest? Does it change the time at all? It does not. Okay, well, it was worth a check. Anyway, let's look at the next fight. We can go ahead and take a full team of 6 into this one. So that'll be nice. The important thing, we're going to head back to the entrance hall, head outside, and then quickly warp out of Mesagosa before I accidentally walk into the Monona fight. But yeah, you can barely even qualify what those guys are wearing as school uniform, modified school uniforms anymore. Now, as far as what happens with the rest of this, let's take a look at North and South. Oh, I have never healed Bolt Phelps since, the Elite Four. Okay, well that's interesting. We'll take a second here. Adjust the moveset on this one. What else could be useful here? So we've cleared Penny. So let's take a look at Arvin one more time. Because I'd like to go into this with some contingency plans. I think as far as the secondary attack goes, Thunderbolt is probably the way to go here. Ghost is pretty bad into this team, so let's go ahead and teach Dragapult Acrobatics. And give it a different held item. None of these things have... Yeah, none of these things have setup moves, so Mirror Herb won't help. We don't actually have the type resist berry that I would prefer. Hold up a sec. North Province Area 1. Sparkling items. Okay. Might take a minute and go and hunt down a Culver Berry. Sorry about my throat, by the way, especially if it's been sounding off. Simply put, I've been a little bit unwell this week and my throat is a bit scratchy. Tom and Jerry, you have the moveset I want, right? Yes, you do. Okay, North Province Area 1. Let's meander for a minute. Oh, that wasn't what I meant to do. Tonga. So we got a bug resist berry. Culver berry. Well, that was quick. While we're here, we might as well do a brief skim through the area. Short. TM for Seed Bomb. We'll take it. Shuka Berry, another good one. Oh, I thought I saw one there. There's one. What's in this cave? It's a TM. Blast Burn, Frenzy Plant, and Hydro Cannon. All completely useless. Unless you're just going for style points. Okay, well, we got the berry that we came here for. So, oh, I forgot to uncover the screen. My bad, folks. We did get very lucky there. Honestly, it probably would have been a good idea for me to get some Culper berries between streams, because we have several Dark Week Pokemon, and... Oh, hang on, I never actually finished up that storyline. I was supposed to go to Director Clavel's office. But yeah, Culver berries would have actually been quite useful to have a supply of here. So I guess it's time to talk to Director Clavel. Because of the other really bad thing I did. And that would be... you know the LP I gave you both in exchange for helping me with Operation Starfall? I got a hold of it sort of illegally by hacking the Pokemon League's LP management. I do actually love that twist. Okay. I still feel like there's just a bit too much empty space here. Like, they did a good job of building up this expansive world. Okay, Penny, I'm not going down there. right now, because that is way too close to where Nemona's fight triggers. I'll talk to Penny when I'm ready to actually fight Nemona. Okay. So with all that, I do think we're ready. We've got the correct items on the 2 Pokemon that I actually anticipate using here. And Tom and Jerry can lock things in with... can lock Greedent into Earthquake with Encore. And then... should be free to set up some tidy-ups. Should be free to start cleaning. Alright, you ready, Arvin? I don't know how I beat you here, Arvin. It was days ago that we fought that Titan. You know, I will say the saddest thing about Arvin's story is honestly the fact that his robot mom/dad cares a whole lot more about him than his real one ever did. Which is just so depressing. It's like they had that big moment where Robot Mom in the last game said, "Your mother cared about you very much." But then the real mom's system had her attempt to basically wipe Arvin off the map. Like, the real mom was a jerk. See, I don't actually like either of these responses, because if this were me, I would be a bit sus on this already. Yes, I'm going to go. I think there's a bit too much enthusiasm behind both of those responses. Let's do this. Griffin. Hang on. Sorry, I always like to do one last minute check. Before starting a battle. You sure about this? Okay then. See, I genuinely feel bad. The beating up the recently recovered puppy. Okay, Bait, Earthquake. And we Volt Switch out to Tom and Jerry. The Volt Switch wasn't actually necessary, we could have Hard Switched, but whatever. Call it. And lock it in. I just need to make sure to refresh that whenever its Encore runs out. With that said, I am going to focus pretty hard here because if I miss that, then this whole strategy could get messed up by getting paralyzed or something. Okay. The Encore ended. Encore again. Only concerning thing is what if it runs out of Earthquakes? So I think that was Earthquake number 5 right there. 6. Yeah, I do actually need to pay attention to that. So you can't Encore it into Struggle. 7. Encore. 8. This should work out perfectly, it looks like. Nine. And that is Earthquake number 10. We were just able to get 6 tidy-ups in the course of its 10 earthquakes. And now, we should be able to sweep through the remainder of the team. Obviously, Garnackle is coming out because it has Body Press, but since its ability isn't sturdy, we should be able to one-shot with Low Kick. Very much the scariest Pokemon on his team, except for maybe Cloyster. Those two were by far the scariest. Yeah, Cloyster actually has almost as high bulk as Garnackle. And just like that, we're on to the last Pokemon. Let's actually see this thing's base stats. 100 HP, 130 defense. Yeah, no surprise there. And then what about Cloyster? .180 base defense, but only 50 base HP, so in total that comes out a bit weaker. If you take hits, Cloyster takes hits a bit better, but it has less hit points, or it takes less damage from physical hits, but it has fewer hit points to take them. No, we won't go learning Zap Cannon. It's a terrible move. And just like that, we're ready to start prepping for the Nemona fight. Okay. And just like that, we're on the verge of the hardest match in the run. Because in the grand scheme of things, nothing before the post-game Academy Ace tournament, I think it's called, even remotely compares to this match coming up against Nemona. The lucky thing is, once again, our entire team is available below the level cap. So, let's take a look at our team. I have a feeling we're going to want Sparta, especially because this might turn out to largely be another setup with bulk up and bulk up or sword stance, and then sweep through Nemona's team. That might still be our best option here. The only big thing is that this time around she has Drill Run on her Lycanroc as well as Stone Edge, both of which make the setup a little bit trickier. I want to double check something. Okay. Yeah, her two scariest Pokemon in this team are pretty straightforward. It's the Pawmot and the Meowscarada, since both are fast and hit hard. But I think both should be doable. It's just a question of who all we want on the team. Because there's a part of me that wants to shake this up from the straightforward Sparta tactics that we've been using this whole time to deal with Nemona, but at the same time, there's a reason they work. Especially since we could just get a TM for Protect to help boost our Leftovers recovery. Meanwhile, Mimi can lead in with Wide Lens Will-O-Wisp to get off a couple of shots at putting this thing to sleep. Or burning it, not putting it to sleep. Which would make the setup that much easier. I think the big trouble is that there aren't other setup opportunities, like... I wouldn't mind just winging it or trying to set up with something else. Yeah, I wouldn't mind trying to set up with something else, but I don't really like the idea of winging it. Especially since there are a couple of Pokemon on her team that pretty thoroughly wreck us. Goodra is always bulkier than expected, and Pawmot is dangerous. Okay, you know what? We're going to go into this with well thought out setup strat. Just because I really don't feel like risking the run on just a wild chance and a riskier strat. But then we won't do much planning into Like, we won't plan out a specific strategy into AI Churro. Where's that mirror herb? It won't come up, but the Dunsparce does have coil to set up. Could be funny to come in on a fully set up to Dunsparce and steal its boosts. With that said, so one thing to be aware of is that we don't gain experience in this battle. So whatever we go in with XP-wise is what we'll come out with. Oh, you just sat down to dinner? What you having? We're doing pretty well. Both the setup strats against Arven and Penny worked out, so we should be... So we made it through both of those safely. It was just getting the team ready for Nemona. Let's see here. Yeah. Tom and Jerry should be back on a very simple support moveset. Yeah, I've got you the way I want you. So we're going real simple here. Wait. We're changing up our real simple strategy. You learn Charm by level up, you do. I just realized that since we're planning to set up with a Pokemon that can't be crit against, Charm is going to be more reliable than Will-O-Wisp into this. Yeah. So with Mimi, Charm is going to be more reliable than Will-O-Wisp against Lycanroc, since it can't crit Sparta. It'll be the same 50% attack drop, but at 100% accuracy. And if I was feeling really cheeky, I could put an eject button on it. But I don't think I will, because I'm not totally certain we'll outspeed Lycanroc. I think it's got like 120 base speed. Like, Mimi's got 95 and a favorable nature and IVs, but I don't think I want to put the whole plan on getting lucky with that. Though there is that other ejector button. Or, there is that other ejector item. Hold up. We're gonna make a brief stop in Levincia. I also realized that I haven't been showing Nemona's team while I've been planning about it, but I don't think it matters that much, because we are just planning to use the same strategy that we have the last few times against her. With one quick update. Let's make another copy. Wait, actually, does Sparta learn Protect by level up? I feel like it might. Substitute. Protect, there you are. Okay. Where are your ejector items? Eject button if the holder is damaged by an attack. Eject pack if the holder's stats are lowered. So neither of those actually helps us here. Because I don't know if eject button will trigger when Disguise blocks the attack's damage. I don't think it should. Actually, why am I asking this? I can test this. Hold up. I forget that there is a source of information outside my own head, which is literally just look it up. Well, literally just find out. Okay, give me that eject button. Is anyone in our party weak to stealth rocks? Let's actually look this up. No. Tom and Jerry, though, you get a different held item. You get to go back to a citrus berry. Mimi, instead of your monocle, for the moment you are going to carry a button. Please push the button when you feel appropriate. When you feel it is appropriate. We'll talk once you have. So I need to test two things, actually, because I can't recall whether eject button First of all, whether it lets me choose who I switch into. I think it does, but I'm not totally certain. And second... Okay, so we're just gonna stall turns here real quick. The sky's broke. Well, that wasn't helpful at all because it used Bullet Seed. Now I am going to see if the eject button reappears after the battle. It does, that's helpful. Okay, we're going to go and find something else to battle that doesn't have a multi-hit move. You. Come on, Kufang. Surely you have at least one damaging move that can hit me. Maybe you don't. You know what will? That Orthworm. Could just stop. I'm just trying to go and meet that worm. Hello. Okay. It hit me with attack, but Disguise protected me from the damage of the attack. Does eject button trigger? It does. Okay, so we cannot use that strategy. So that strategy doesn't work. In that case, Mimi, you can have your monocle back. So it's not actually whether we take damage from an attack, it's whether we're hit by an attack. Regardless of whether that attack deals damage, though I expect immunity, just by itself, would still prevent it, obviously. It's weird. Anyway. Okay, Mimi, you have Charm. So we're good to go on that front. Sparta, you have Bulk Up, Protect, Brick Break, Trailblaze, the exact moveset I want on you. There's nothing on this that walls that, is there? No. Okay. Devin Corny carrying Mirror Herb probably won't come into play. And also pretty straightforward pivoting moveset with Dragon Dance. North and South also have the ability to pivot. Tom and Jerry, nice utility moveset, packing a citrus berry. And Bolton Phelps, we see a nice leftovers and you know what? Play it safe. We'll redo your moveset as well. Ice Beam in place of Body Press. Calm Mind in place of Iron Defense. I guess I can turn autosave back on. Okay, bye Penny. I would still absolutely love your backpack. Okay, that's 2 paths down. We conquered the Path of Titans. We conquered Starfall Street. And now it's time for Champion Road. He'll be forever salty that Penny's ace wasn't a new evolution. I would have been down with that too, to be fair. Honestly, I'm kinda surprised that they didn't decide to use this generation as a chance to introduce the light type. Honestly, it's just... Oh, hi, Larry. Yeah, this generation would have been such a good time to bring out the light type, and obviously there would have been a light type evolution. I still don't understand why they chose to introduce Fairy instead of Light. Okay, first move. Charm. Okay, we did outspeed, so we could have used the eject button strat to get a safe switch in, but that's whatever. That just means, since you use Stealth Rock, that means we have time to get off an extra charm. Our Disguise had to eat that, but that's fine. We won't be taking any more hits with it, because now it's Sparta's turn. With Penny, though, it honestly might have made more sense to... If they had a new evolution for her last Pokemon, it probably would have made more sense to make it like a Steel type, considering she is, you know, a hacker. I've always thought that if there was a Steel type evolution, it should be called Titanion. Alright, time to start setting up. With that thing at -4 attack, we shouldn't really have any trouble. I mean, she could have had a Dragon-type evolution, but would that really have fit Penny's personality? Yeah, that's fair. I think part of the reason they haven't been making more evolutions is honestly because there's so much fan art designing possibilities for alternative evolutions that they genuinely can't do it without risking getting potentially sued for some copyright infringement. As far as what she's doing with that, I actually think it's just because she hacked the League database. Like, she hacked the League database, she has all of these, League points, so she can make all of the TMs she wants. And she's got all of the... She's got tons of materials, that's been well established. Pair that with access to every TM recipe, and it can make sense why she has access to a TM that you can't get anywhere else. Okay. Now the important thing here is we do need to get at least 2 Trailblaze boosts off in the process of this. We can afford one now against Lycanroc, and we should also be able to afford one against Palmot. You didn't teach me type matchups, Nimona. I've been a champion of multiple regions since long before your first concept art was ever penned. Okay, so we can get off our next boost against Palmot. Luckily, its best moves here are Double Shock and Close Combat, neither of which can crit, and Double Shock can't paralyze. Oh wow, we actually outspeed with just 1 Trailblaze boost? Honestly, didn't expect that. Okay. Now we break our way through to Dunsparce, as she flexes on us with her 3-segment to Dunsparce. That could be an interesting run, just entirely a run where you're trying to get all of the... a Nuzlocke where you're getting all of the ultra rare hidden options, you know, Antique, Sinisty, whatchamacallit. Antique Sinisty, 3-segmented unsparse. All that stuff. The trouble is, a lot of those can't be, apart from Antique Sinisty, most of those can't be identified prior to evolution, which would kind of get in the way of the challenge. Alright, and I'll match your terrestrialization, Nimona. To be fair, you know, I am using 5 Pokemon against her right now. Like, that's a little bit unbalanced. Oh, and we crit for good measure. I wonder if that's scripted. I wonder if our first hit against Meowscarada is also a crit, because I feel like that happened the first time around, too. And just like that, it is done. Well, not quite, because we still have Area 0 to dive into. I'm honestly a little bit surprised that they didn't voice Nimona. Yeah, I like Nimona too. I think they made some good calls with her character. And just like that, Champion Road is complete. Or Victory Road is complete. That is 3 out of 3 storylines. Sure, why not? Let's warp to a couple of places in here. Hello, who are you? Yes, Flaffy is very cute. I don't know why there are exclamation points on certain areas here is the thing. Like, I know there are people that I've never met here. Okay, so now that I've come here to the biology lab, the exclamation point is gone. But what about the other one? Oh, it's just unique dialogues that I can have? Fair enough. Well, I'll go talk to Miriam again. Oh, hang on. There seems to be another unique dialogue. What word are you? Sure, why not? I suspect some element of diplomacy may be at work here, but if that is indeed how you feel... To be fair, he has had the most impact since, at most, I've talked to the other teachers once. Okay, let's see if that's all the unique dialogue for now. Nope. I figured I might, like, get an item from it or something. Giant pompadours. Sure, why not? Oh, and I got a nugget. Okay, surely that's all of the unique interactions for the moment. Okay. Well, let's talk to Miriam a little bit more. Miriam. I never pursued these dialogue options in my first playthrough, so... Oh. And then she's going to beat me to the entrance hall somehow. Oh, there you are. It's so weird that these conversations are being triggered this late in the game. Just because... Okay, and now back to the nurse's office. Like, it's so weird with these conversations being triggered this late in the game because they really don't make sense. Like, they're not meeting me partway through my treasure hunt. It's basically over. In the past... Congrats. Okay, and there we are. We've cleared out all of that unique dialogue. Luckily, I don't think there's too much that we have to do to prep for Area 0. Oh. Okay. So let's take a second and look at this guy's team. So this is the team for the last matchup. Fire poison we should be able to deal with pretty well. Iron Bundle isn't that frightening. Just based on its stats, anyway. Though it does have really high special attack and speed, but it's very frail. Still, I don't think it should be any trouble for, say, Scarfed, North and South. Iron Moth is definitely a bit more scary on that front. Iron Hands could be tricky, though. Devin Corney might be... Devin Corney might be the best option into Iron Hands. Honestly, I'd kind of like to find a chance to set up a Devin Corney sweep. Which could be a little bit tricky. Iron Thorns should be pretty doable. Yeah. Well, I don't plan on finding any new items or anything. Actually, there's one thing I'm going to check. And that would be the Delibird presents. Delibird gifts, whatever they're called, I can never remember. Huh. Neat little maze back here. I don't know if I've ever explored this bit. Anyway. Delibird stuff. I'm pretty sure, at least I think there's a chance that I've unlocked some new items now. I can't remember if they unlock after I beat Area 0 or if you wish you could relive the original time you fought Turo. To be fair, very hype boss battle. Yeah, I didn't look anything up either, but I did come across a few spoilers. Like, I saw online a couple of people bring up the words AI Turo. And considering all the context clues, it wasn't that hard to put together what exactly was implied with that. But it was still really cool to encounter AI Sada. Alright, where's that Delibird gift place in this town? Alright, apparently I misremembered. It must be up here somewhere. There it is. Okay. Looks like there aren't any useful options. So let's talk about the team going into this last match. This may be questionable, but I'm actually leaning toward Showerhead over Bolt Phelps and Chain Chomp over Sparta. Not for any good reason. It's just that I feel like it would be fun to bring in the 3 Paldean Pokemon on the team. And then I really want Dev and Corny there as well, because they've got less of a chance, and we probably will wind up replacing North and South with our last encounter. Of course, this is completely random. Let's be clear here. I haven't decided anything for sure yet. One thing that I should actually double check. Yeah, that's what I thought the stats would be. Before we actually go up there, we need to drop a visit in Montenevera. Because there is a mint that we're going to want to pick up. No, not jolly. Timid. So we do have one last encounter in the Great Crater, and I would be remiss if I didn't try and use it at least once. So yeah, here we go. Let us descend into the Great Crater. Might add like an hour or so to the stream to do it when we've been going this long, but on the other hand, it wouldn't really make sense to save that for the next stream. Hi, Gimme Ghoul. Oh, and Arvin spawned in front of us. I wonder what that ball on top of it, what purpose that serves. The way home. The final plot line in this game. Hi, Penny. Oh, Penny. Steve, we all want that backpack. Penny's backpack is amazing. I do have a TM for flamethrower somewhere in my bag, don't I? It's the one thing I want to check before we go into this. So flamethrower is 125. I don't have a TM for flamethrower. Crap. Give me the chance to back up if I want to take care of anything. Okay, well, apparently I've just forgotten to get the one TM that I actually want to bring into this with me. Oh well, it's not that big a deal. It was just going to be to teach flamethrower to our encounter coming up. Well, whether I'm ready or not, like, I can't back out now. The game isn't letting me. Dang, what's with that texture? Oh, her phone case is also, like, top tier. Yeah, this does feel like a bit of a terrible decision. Like, we're definitely over the capacity of a Miraidon, and none of us are seatbelted in. So yeah, we're pretty much gonna blitz our way through this. Now, as I recall, the first random encounter As I recall, the first encounter is Glamora. The second, I believe, is Screamtail, I want to say. I could be wrong, but... Or, not Screamtail, whatever the equivalent is in this game. Which might be Iron Bundle. Okay. Last time around, I followed all of the branching paths. This time we're just kind of trying to go straight there. I'll pick up the little glitteries on the ground, but that's about it. Bright powder. Oh wait, I think I can fly out. Hang on. Sorry guys, I'll be back. I just really want that TM for flamethrower. It's like 125, I think. Oh, what are the other ingredients? Numel. Hang on. I might be able to just grab one somewhere. Looks like there's one somewhere in North Area 1. Ah, there. Okay, hold up. That, and do I have a Dark Pulse TM? I should double check that one, because I'll want that one as well. I'm pretty sure... Okay, I do. Anyway... North Area 1, right about there. Head to the watchtower. I think I tried to get this one at one point before, but I couldn't fly far enough. I didn't have the climbing ability yet. Okay, well that's not it. Hang on, let me make sure I'm going for the right spot. Oh, heck. It's back on the other side of that rock. Oh, wow. There we go. Oh, you know what? I did find at least one TM for flamethrower before, and I taught it to Bolt Phelps. Still a good use of flamethrower, but... Okay. Let's see here. Area 0. We'll get that pulled up on my map. Love how you can still get a flying taxi out of this area. Also, was I supposed to get a Master Ball at some point? Because I don't even recall... I don't recall ever having done so. I mean, sure, I abandoned them, but, like, they all saw me climb into the flying taxi when I ordered it. Honestly, more of a safety risk than anything else in here. It's just a massive number of cliffs that a child could fall off of. Oh, now there they are. Arvin, shut up. Oh, all the Venomoth. I don't know why I have to fight these things with an ally, like... They're not any stronger than they're just normal Pokemon. Why are we double teaming them? Yeah, that is just a level 62 Glamora. Yes, Rock Flower, Rock Flower. Guys, stop fighting over me. We're all friends, alright? Let's see now. What are the two Pokemon that we're going to encounter ahead of time here? Bundle and Iron Hands, it looks like. Platonic Isekai. I mean, you have a point. Let's try to ignore that, shall we? All right. Oh, that's right. Those warp panels can also take me out of here if I want. Fair is fair, though. Area Zero is a cool, like, it's a cool design for a location. I need to go back into Area Zero on my original file and do some climbing around with Koraidon. Explore the areas that I couldn't reach my first time exploring. Okay, Arvin, why are you insisting on running ahead of me? There we go. I'm the main character. I should be in the lead. Nimona really doesn't have any tact. Okay, so next should be Iron Bundle, if I recall. Or if I'm following this right. I actually probably should have adjusted my team for it ahead of time, but whatever. Yeah, so this thing is definitely going to outspeed Chain Chomp. This is one of the fastest Pokemon in existence. Actually, that's just rude. Oh, I had a lumberry on you? Oh no, it was a citrus berry. Okay, that works. Alright. Come on. I'll be honest, I was prepared the first time we played through this for... Oh, got the Violet book. I was prepared the first time we went into this area. Oh, welcome to the stream, Rafkin. How's it going? We're making our way through Area 0 right now. To the bottom of the Great Crater of Paldea. Yeah, I was prepared for Turo to be like the boss of the evil organization and to actually have some world domination plan or something down here, except it was Sada then, but same thing. There really isn't much to say about the design. Better now that the week has come to an end. Fair enough. Yeah, the annoying thing about this whole descent is definitely just the fact that it takes so long. And I mean, if you're not trying to do a thorough job of exploring, like right now, we don't really have a reason to look at everything and pick up all of the items and stuff. It does feel kind of just like a walking simulator with the buddies in the background. Just chatting. Okay, so if my guess is correct, should be Iron Hands here, possibly, or Iron Juggless. Now, unfortunately, even if this is Iron Jugulis, we can't capture the one that we encounter outside. We have to capture a random one that we encounter. Oh no, it's an Iron Treads. Okay. Showerhead's carrying a focus sash, so even if we get pretty big damage, we wouldn't get killed. Could have gone kind of bad if I had taken like an earthquake or something on that second turn. Okay, but yeah, I vote for Penny to be in charge. She does seem like the one with the most common sense in this bit. Like, one thing that I'm actually not super fond of in this post-game portion is just that I feel like they... didn't, how do I put this? I feel like they drastically changed the personalities of a lot of these characters. Like, Arven is a lot less likable here in the Great Crater than he was outside. And meanwhile, somehow, the same character that came up with Operation Star and Operation Starfall managed to come up with, or managed to be the sensible one down here. Okay, the last one is probably Iron Jugulis, so we definitely don't want to be leading. With Chain Chomp. I'm still kinda sick of Arven running ahead constantly, so I'm just gonna get him stuck on a wall real quick. Gotta love how they just have all of the, you know, super strong Pokemon down here. That is one thing that never fully made sense. Why would so many... why would all of the Pokemon cluster together based on their strength, instead of spreading out and having more of a full hierarchy in each area? I mean, I don't mind, because, like, this is definitely better for a gameplay perspective, but it's also a tad strange. Still, the fact that, the person who masterminded Team Star and Operation Starfall is somehow the sensible one here is definitely the hardest for me to accept. Because those plans were absurd. Oh, come on, where are you? I know that... There are the Iron Jugglus spawns. I know that it was around here that Fluttermane, which is the Scarlet equivalent of Iron Jugglus, started spawning, so it's gotta be somewhere in this area. Also, it is kind of funny what happens if you walk off the crater. Oh, is that an item on top of that building? Huh. You hurried back to the others. Maybe it's a little bit deeper that we start encountering Iron Jugglus. There's one. There's one right there. There we go. Started the battle from a bit of a distance. Thunder Wave. I'll make it a bit easier to handle. Yeah, I mean, Arven has kind of decent reasons, but even before he starts, like, getting really stressed and, you know, encountering past trauma really seriously, he does start to act weird. Okay, we take an Air Slash. We U-turn one more time. Really? I think we kind of just have to throw Pokeballs at this point, because I don't trust trying to chip these guys, this thing down any farther. I don't know what Pokeball would be fitting. We're in a cave. I could go for a Dusk Ball. Well, let's keep this nice and simple. Yes, okay. We caught us an Iron Juggalos. It's possible that Iron Juggalos, an object described in an old book, may actually be this Pokemon. And I'm going to double check something. That's the name that I wanted for this. Ghidorah. After the multi-headed dragon from Godzilla. And we'll be adding Ghidorah to the party. In place of North and South, I think, for the moment. Paralysis. Okay, and let's take a look at Ghidorah. Oh, Terra Flying. I think that's actually pretty good because that means we can teach it Terra Blast instead of relying on the less accurate Air Slash potentially. Let's see, what moves can you remember? Nah, I won't bother with any of those. But we do have Dark Pulse. Flamethrower. Oh, and you can learn Earth Power? I didn't actually realize. That should simplify this upcoming fight. Hurricane would also be an option, but to use that we would have to set up whatchamacallit, Rain. Now, one thing that we can take, a couple of things that we'll take care of right away, we're going to level this thing up a little bit. No knockoff for now. But this is the reason that I got a Timid Mint. And what item are you going to hold, Ghidorah? Could be Expert Belt, or Assault Vest, or Covert Cloak. You know what? You get an Expert Belt. Chain Chomp gets a Citrus Berry. Oh, I forgot I can't ride Miraidon right now. But anyway, there we go. We officially have our last encounter of the run. Introducing... Hello, child. Children. Initiating restart. Introducing Russian Toro. Can go ahead and get our team all leveled up. And there goes the last lock. Okay, I might actually go ahead and fast track the couple of Pokemon that I have that aren't level 66 yet to that point. I know that we get the chance to wander around a little bit inside the lab, so we'll do our final prep there. But oh, for a second there I thought that was a 3-segmented unsparse, but no. Just 2. Hello, Iron Juggly. Arvin, I will make you walk into a corner again. Stop trying to pass me. I am the main character. I'm being such a jerk to Arvin, and he definitely doesn't deserve it. Like, being down here is for sure traumatic. We got Shadow Ball. I don't think we actually need that for any reason, but we'll take it anyway. Okay. Now, real quick, I'm going to take a second and double check the battles here. Okay, so... looks like the wild Pokemon outside of this will be some Iron Treads, a couple of them. Or an Iron Treads, an Iron Hands, and an Iron Jugulus. Got it. Iron Hands is definitely the one that I would say is on the worrying side. That thing is actually pretty strong. My best response to it is probably Dev and Corny. Are you carrying Phantom Force? Okay, we'll plan on that. Chain Chomp would also be okay into that one. And then for Iron Jugulus, I should be able to just bring in Mimi. Arven's hair just did something really weird for a second there. To be fair, Arven has the most involved hair physics in the game. Alright, let's go. Sorry about that. See, it's just not as cool of a design as Koraidon. Like, I think it's just the fact that it's floating instead of on the ground. It just looks weird. Hey, you do not get to yell at a lizard horse doggo made of metal. Speaking of which... yeah, the futuristic Pokemon just aren't as threatening visually as the ancient-looking Pokemon. See, especially here, it doesn't really make any sense that we're double teaming them when we're massively outnumbered. Like, don't get me wrong, I like a couple of their designs, like futuristic Hariyama with lightning hands. That's a fantastic idea. It's just, it looks very static and mechanical. Alright, Ghidorah, return. It's Devin Corney's turn. Oh, I forgot about the mirror herb. Well, dragon darts. Oh dang, this thing did chomp. Yeah, that honestly didn't take much damage at all from... Sorry, Wild Iron Juggalus, but you're not quite at the power level of Ghidorah. Though you might have a slight advantage by using Air Slash, since I don't have a neutral stab without terastallizing. I don't want to take the time to go and recharge my Terra Orb. How did that thing actually outspeed me? Do I have like a really low speed ID or something? I mean, I guess it was a speed tie. Oh, nice. We got a nice full heal right after that. Okay. Let's take a second and prep our team. Oh, wait. I was about to overlevel Tom and Jerry. Oops. Anyway. Let's talk strategy real quick. So the Iron Moth in front should be pretty easily handled by Ghidorah using Earth Power. What's that likely to bring out, though? There are actually a pretty large number of Pokemon that could bring out. Iron Thorns is possible. Iron Hands is also possible. If it's Iron Hands, we're going to have to switch out because we don't have a great matchup into that thing. Mimi, are you currently carrying Will-O-Wisp? We want you carrying Will-O-Wisp. There is a pretty decent chance that Iron Hands goes for Fake Out turn 1. If that's the case, then we can get off a cheap Will-O-Wisp into it by going into Mimi. If it's not the case, and Mimi takes a hit on the switch-in, then we'll have to switch again to Dev and Corny. See, the big challenge with the Pokemon that I want to bring into this is that we have two normal types. Oh, wait. Yeah, we have two normal types and two ghost types. We got a lot of redundancy happening here. But I don't really want to plan this out turn by turn. I'd kind of like to take it by ear. The only thing I know I'm going to do different is we're going to go ahead and grab that Quark Drive. You know what? I'm changing up my plan. As much as I want some of these guys in here, because they're like newer Pokemon, I think it's only fair to give this to the Pokemon that we've had as basically the staples of our team for this entire run. Because these three right here have really carried us. I'm sorry, you guys. Let's think strategy for a second here. Okay, first of all, we're going to go ahead and level them up to 67. Got our team up to level. Tactics-wise, we're running pretty standard stuff on most of them. My only thought here is... You know what? One more change. This is a tactical change. I want to make sure that we have a win condition in here. There's that air balloon. Because there is one Pokemon that knows Earthquake in this. We're going to go ahead and keep that nice little strategy that we used before. In place. Meanwhile, Dev and Corny, I'm actually going to have you go ahead and remember acrobatics. And take that instead of U-turn. And then you are going to be carrying... An ejector button.
Sindif Plays is now following.
Did you accidentally unfollow Cindefe? Or were you not following this whole time and I just didn't realize it? Okay. Where is that thing? Eject button. And... okay, one more thing. And then north and south, you get a different held item as well. You know what? Actually, you get a slightly different moveset. Huh. Well, thanks for the follow. Only thing here is I really want booster energy on Ghidorah, but Ghidorah is also the only Pokemon on the team carrying, you know what? This may seem like a weird move, but I'm actually replacing Bolt Phelps with Showerhead. The reasoning for that is that Bolt Phelps doesn't actually have that good of a matchup into this team. Whereas Showerhead gives me that little extra bit of ground coverage. Which I think will get me through here. So yeah, let's go. I don't have an especially specific plan. Definitely not one that guarantees a win, but we're going to do this. You gotta love the idea of a robot just having the ability to make its eyes light up. Just to show that it's a robot. The plot... Are you talking about, like, the plot point of, there being a robot version of the professor? And Ghidorah, here is your held item. If I can find it. I mean, in a sense, but then again, Sada was absurdly suspicious of anyone else involved in her research. Oh, the booster energy goes all the way down here? Why? But yeah. Sada was intensely suspicious of anyone else trying to get involved in her research. So, in a way, it is reasonable that she would come to the conclusion that if she could make a second her, that would be the best solution, because she fired all of her assistants. Yes, I did read all of the lore the first time I came down here. Though the idea of the Paradox Pokemon from the future being an example for the technology needed does work here. Oh, so much button mashing. I just don't feel like reading all of this exposition a second time. Okay, here we go. Like, I absolutely wish they had just taken their time more with this game. But at the same time, I absolutely respect... Like, I can appreciate where a lot of the effort and money in this game, like, went into this game. Because you see scenes like this, and you start to realize what they chose to invest in. Alright, Turo. Bring it on. AI Turo has initiated combat. Now, see, the reason this thing is still pretty scary is because it's carrying discharge. I'm hoping that quad effective dig will be enough, but we do have a sash on. Okay, we got the one shot. It's just tight matchups, bruh. Okay, Iron Hands is up next. Should definitely be coming in with yeah, it should definitely be coming in with Thunder Punch or Fake Out. Oh, I guess I could have also gone into Mimi on the chance that it went for Fake Out. Okay, it went for Thunder Punch. I mean, you did like 20 damage to me. Sorry, 31. You did 31 whole damage. Anyway, Volt Switch. You missed the build-up? That's okay. I button mashed through most of it anyway. Okay, Mimi's in, and it's immune to Drain Punch. So that quick pivot let us get Mimi in safely. We will have to take... It breaks our disguise here. Okay, now, this is a bit risky because there is still a 1% chance that Play Rough misses. But we didn't get that 1% chance. Okay. His Juggless. Most likely going for Flash Cannon, which is an easy switch in for North and South. How did you outspeed me? I'm carrying a Choice Scarf. I mean, I guess it is much faster, and I'm a pretty slow Pokemon, but still. Okay, Iron Thorns is up next, so we got an Earthquake incoming. And I think the smart move at this point, and this is a bit risky, because it means that we'll have to have Ghidorah in a... Wait. I forgot. We can be perfectly safe about this. Now, I won't go crazy here. I'm just going to lock it into Earthquake long enough to take out Iron Bundle. Especially because the Iron Valiant in the back is pretty much guaranteed to go for... There really isn't a safe way... Okay. I'll figure it out. Anyway. We're only going to set up 2 tidy ups. Hang on, real quick. Have I used everyone in this matchup? I haven't used Devin Corny. I love how they just gave Mousehold normal type Dragon Dance Plus. They really went all in on the signature moves this generation. Now the reason I wanted those 2 Dragon Dances up is because I think this is going to be my best chance to deal with Iron Bundle, which I am a bit worried about. I can lock you into Snowscape. Okay. We just got into the exact position that I was hoping for. Encore. By locking it into Snowscape, I get a safe switch into Ghidorah. That's right. You're not the only one with a Paradox Pokémon. I get that nice little special attack boost. And we'll Terrastalize into Terrablast. I think we've won this match. It's just a question of whether our whole team will make it out of it alive. Oh, that kills so much of the gravitas of this situation. It's interesting. I think that the Terrablast typing has an effect on the animation. And then they just went full-on anime with this thing. Yeah, you've got your Quark Drive, I've got mine. Oh, and you outspeed. I'm impressed. And just like that, we have defeated AI Turo. See, the fact that Robo-Dad... Yes, now the Pokemon in the party are safe. The fact that Robo-Dad obviously cares about him so much more than actual Dad is just so depressing. Literally all Toro and Sada actually cared about was this time machine. Locking all Pokeballs except those registered to Toro's ID. Oh no, see. Paradise Protection Protocol initiated. See, the weird thing is, I was able to catch a Paradox Pokemon. Despite the fact that they have to be caught, you are challenged by Paradise Protection Protocol. But yeah. This whole thing You know, I wonder what would happen. What would be potentially different about that would that animation change if I sent out... if I didn't have any Pokemon with a regular Pokeball? But yeah, they had to catch the Paradox Pokemon to bring them out, to bring them to this world. So how exactly did I manage to catch a Paradox Pokemon? Oh yeah, this will be an interesting arc in the anime. Though I wonder, will they have Paradox Pokemon from both the future and the past? Will be like Turo and Sato working together? You know, both of Arvin's parents? Alright. You know, after Stab and the Electric Terrain boost, a resisted Electro Drift is actually stronger than the other options. Like Anti-Kukui and Burnett? Yeah, sure. I mean, I feel like those two probably got along just fine. It's only their child that they neglected hard. Right, that's how they script it. They force the AI to go for hyper. The fact that there's legitimately no way to lose this battle is pretty depressing. I get that this is meant to be a cinematic portion, but it would be kind of nice if it took some form of skill. See, I do wonder if the actual professors will be dead in the anime, though. Well, there we have it. That right there is Pokemon Violet using only multi-headed Pokemon and Miraidon. I mean, I don't think they'll kill off the... I don't think we'll see it at all if they kill off the professors. There's no way they're putting that on screen. Not in Pokemon. And he floats off into the future. Okay, fair. You have a point there, but that was Pokemon in the 90s. Pokemon is much, much more PG nowadays. Okay, we finally shut down that machine. Arvin, I am sorry you lost Robo-Dad, because, frankly, he was way better than your actual dad. See, the darker colors really work here. I actually think they should have made Miraidon a good bit darker color. That would improve its design drastically. I would still question, like, the whole floating thing, because it just removes a lot of the impressiveness of the stance. You know, I think that's actually the thing that really makes me like the past Paradox Pokemon more than the future Paradox Pokemon. The future ones are way too symmetrical. They are always standing straight on, lateral symmetry, whereas the past Paradox Pokemon are all taking a bit of an aggressive stance. And that little thing of having one side a little bit more forward than the other in a stance that says, I'm about to attack, really makes them more intimidating. I mean, yeah, Tandemaus evolves by having children. It's not like they show it. Primeape evolves by giving itself a heart attack by getting too angry. Which, you know, I feel like that's just a life lesson. But I mean, even those things are still way more PG than 90s Pokemon. Are we forgetting the entire arc where a lady is using tanks and missiles to attack a giant Tentacruel? Someone pulls a gun on children. James is wearing a bikini with, like, I don't even know how to accurately describe this. Oh, there we go. That was fun. That was a fun way of mixing things up. As much as I enjoy monotype challenges, I've actually been working on ideas for a few more, you know, just weird stuff. Like, I guess I'll spill the beans now. The next Pokemon run that I plan to do, probably a month or two. Yes, an inflatable fake bosom. Those are the words that I was looking for. I appreciate it. I would even go with inflatable fake breasts. Either way, like... Yeah, those episodes didn't make it to America. We all know about them, but they don't actually exist. I mean, my favorite is still the funniest for me will always be the seizure episode. And I know that's terrible because people were actually hospitalized by that one, but that's still pretty fun. It's still pretty funny how they've completely erased Porygon in the anime since then. It has never shown up. And not just Porygon, but its two evolutions. It's evolved twice and still hasn't gotten an anime spot because of that episode back in, what is it, 95, 94? Something like that. That one always gets me. But yeah, I guess I can spill the beans now. Next run that I plan to do, which will probably be like a month or so down the line, it's going to be a run of either Pokemon Sun or Moon, I haven't decided which. It's going to be a height lock, which I've brought up a few times. It'll be only using Pokemon 2 feet tall or shorter. I'm really looking forward to this. I've never played those games before, but I still want to try this hard option, especially because there are some really cool height lock valid Pokemon in Sun and Moon. Oricorio, Mimikyu, Comfey. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that one, but that's probably going to be a month or two down the line. In the meantime, tomorrow we're actually going to be picking up with a brand new game, and one that I've never played before. It's going to be, I believe, like the 2013 remake of Tomb Raider. I don't know, I've just had that one in my Epic Games library for a while, and I've been thinking about playing it out. It's just been on the top of my head lately, so that's going to be what we'll be playing tomorrow. So yeah. In the meantime, big thanks to everyone for hanging out. Yeah, that's a wrap, folks. Hi, Lastborn Child. Thanks for lurking. I don't think we'll wait through all of the post-game cutscenes because that's just a lot of button mashing that I straight up don't care about since it has no impact on the run. But yeah, thanks everyone. I'll check and see if there's anyone to raid. There usually isn't, but it's always worth a check. Yeah, there isn't. Oh well. thanks for watching, folks. I appreciate y'all, and I hope to see you next time. Later.